Alright, welcome everybody. How we all doing? I'm doing pretty okay today. I got some decent sleep last night, so that's nice for a change. The sleep's not been easy lately. But other than that, made some nice curried lentils earlier. That was good. Hey Yabo, how you doing? So that was nice. Yeah. I'm ready for some more disco. I hope y'all are as well. Surviving? Yeah, it's about the same. About the same. Been a bit down the last few days, but we're holding it. We're holding up. We're doing all right. Sometimes survival is all you can manage, and that's okay. Let's see. Wow. If Kim's not insistent on going to bed yet, then we might as well look around some more. Let's see. We could go up that way. We had a thought. Hey, Zyre, how you doing?
The sight of bullet holes stirs
Day's going not too bad.
making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Kim, look, bullet holes.
Wait.
Point to the chips in the wall. Someone has been shot. We're cops. We should solve it.
There? Those are old.
Oh, you mean like from the Revolution? Or what do you mean old?
Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law.
But how are you doing today, Zyre? Alright, what can you tell me about the Revolution?
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Hey, N64 Gamer. How you doing, hon? Well, just got some groceries and had some tacos. Ooh, nice. I had some curried lentils I made. They were pretty good. Not great. It's one of the few things I still have managed to not become good at making is curry, but... Eat the ball. I already gave the ball away. Some fingerless gloves. Heck yeah. What gloves do we have on now? It's the interfacing. Yeah, we've got our rubber gloves on. Would we rather have more interfacing or more electrochemistry? Probably more interfacing. We should probably not listen to electrochemistry quite so much. I feel like the electrochemistry is maybe not great for us. Roy's Pawn Shop. Ooh. Heck yeah. Water lockout of order until Wednesday, 7:15.
Evening, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife.
Salami.
His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them. His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all.
First things first, what are you doing here, man on the waterlock? Do you know what caused this wreckage? Point at the smashed billboard in the
I
canal.
wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol.
The words Daredevil Driver sound ominous to you.
Weird.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Do you know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
He thinks for a moment.
Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Have some of that salami.
Sure thing.
He cuts us off a piece of the
It
salami.
is salty, it is savory, it is chewy. The hangover only makes the salami more tasty.
We are still hungover.
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Lieutenant ponders the offer for a moment, then decides to go for it. He takes a slice of salami from the man and chews on it. What a nice gentleman.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque.
Pull the lever up.
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Push it harder.
Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
The lieutenant hums to himself while staring at your activities.
A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Pull the lever again.
Pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens. A spring brings the lever.
Okay, enough of
Wasn't there
that.
a sign?
Yes, Kim.
We should think about calling it today, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
I haven't paid the cafeteria manager for
We
damages
should
yet.
take care of that then.
But I don't have the money.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Butter sign down. Mostly military wear, with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. Some kind of machine, an antique cash register? A bust of a woman. The plaque simply says DEI. In the dark, a film projector is whirling away.
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities.
Oh, right. Sorry about that.
I do appreciate it.
Pull out our crowbar instead. Actually, let's look around.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back.
Win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine.
I mean, who's her? I do still. I just noticed. Yeah, I didn't put the flashlight away. We'll put it away in a sec. Yeah. Inspect the knights on
Big
horseback.
men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Roy's had it rough. Point at the knights on horseback. Who are they?
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago.
Inspect the
They're
blue
not all
uniforms.
blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Wait, this looks like Rene, the old guy who was playing Patonk.
This is what the loyalists look like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflaged.
Which ones?
Are these royalist soldiers?
Those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Inspect the figurines in
This set of
rags.
soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Are these even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
It's meant to give people hope. Even we can do it. The contrast is meant to be disheartening, as it ought to be. It is impossible to win against the cohorts of capital. Ask my friend Gart, who is a bitch it made me. I wish it was more nuanced. As it stands, I cannot comment. It's meant to give people hope. Even we can do it.
Maybe.
Hey, Necro, and hey, Pip. How you doing? How are you two?
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is.
Dig up a truly cool figurine in the box under the table.
Everything you pick out seems
Damn.
faded, chipped, and sad somehow.
Even with
Most
our
of them are
interfacing
fine.
boosting gloves. Well, dang. And let's see, we did not, in fact, put away the flashlight. There we go.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Stand on the tips of your toes to see more.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold. and
You're great?
amber
Good,
plastic
glad to hear it.
With a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Shopkeep, the Stereo 8 approved machine here.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel format. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
No, we don't have 12 real. What I really want to know is, could this device come in handy in my police work? Are you sure this is all in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
Imagine not liking music. Started playing the Telltale Walking Dead, and oh my god, you're loving it. They're pretty good. They are pretty good. I've seen a good chunk of the Walking Dead games, yeah, like Clementine and all them, yeah, pretty good from my understanding. Let's see. I don't think we looked at this.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
You dated one of the voice actors for that game? Nice. Cool. Who did they play? She voiced Sarita. It's been a long time since I've seen the game, so I don't recall the character. Your gaze run over the streetlight. Is that a streetlight? Where'd you get this? How much for the streetlight? Your
The light
gaze
pole
run over
has
it.
been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
That a streetlight?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
Where'd you get it?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans in so the pawnbroker doesn't hear
You
him.
have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
How much for the streetlight?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
You out of your mind? There's no one. There's one like that on every corner. Even taking into account the risk of obtaining the light, that seems a bit steep, and 700 sounds about right. I imagine it wasn't easy sawing off that street lamp. I mean,
There's
even
also
taking that
the
into
matter of
account.
rewiring. But the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Adjusted its morphological field. Really need to play those games? I mean, considering you dated, yeah, one of the voice actresses, yeah, I'd say so.
It's not often that I see officers
Oh, you
with
like
the
jingles,
arse
Pip?
end of my
Alright.
corn shop.
There you go, Pip. The man at the counter turns to you
What
slowly.
can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you. Shake your head. It's shameful how insufficient the police presence is in these parts. Or now that the RCM is here, tell me, have you had any trouble lately? Sorry, I feel like I'm
Oh
interrupting you.
no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travellers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Not quite the collection indeed. Look around. Typical vacuous consumerist objects. Honestly, I think some of your selections are more tasteful than others. The business plan is all over the place. You should specialize, zoom in, recapitalize. And, yeah, quite the collection
It keeps
indeed.
me entertained.
His attention is drawn once more to the play of light and shadow on the walls behind you.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what?
You might be able to aid in our investigation. By the way, do you happen to have any guns like the ones carried by the officers of the Citizens Militia?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
Whoopsie.
What? Sold? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
Wait, I sold you my gun?
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
I feel like there's something you're not telling me.
You weren't quiet yourself, officer.
What was I like?
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
Wait, how much did I sell the gun for? Happens to the best of us, I guess. I really should have killed myself. Maybe I still will one of these days. I'm sorry you had to see me in that state. You don't have to talk about it any further. How much did I sell it
15
for?
real.
$15.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
I'm sorry you had to see me in that state.
No apologies necessary, officer.
Was the buyer a policeman?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Whoops.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
There's only one explanation. She must be one of my rabid fans. Maybe she's a vigilante, wants to prove she can do our jobs better than we can. I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the citizens' militia? I'm sorry, I sold my gun. I'm sorry I sold my gun, okay?
I do hope we manage to clean this mess up somehow, while also keeping our focus on the murder investigation.
I really do apologize a lot as Harry.
This mess, he means your mess.
Any idea where I can find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You just have to hope Everard wasn't lying, and the Union can track her down in time.
Yeah, if people from Everard Clare's Union come here to track that guy.
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
So Everard knows that we didn't lose
Maybe
our
Claire
gun,
really is tracking down your gun.
that we sold it. At least I know how I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
Let's see. Something I'd like to sell. You might be able to aid our investigation. Wanted to ask you about my missing gun again. You might be able to aid our
I
investigation.
doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the recent hanging? Know anything about the Wild Pines representative that's in town? Or actually, that's all I've got.
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day.
Know anything about the Wild Pines representative?
Can't say I'm a huge admirer of Wild Pines, and I can't say I trust any silver-tongued spokesperson of theirs. Fortunately, I have no reason to get involved.
Wait, what do you have against Wild Pines?
What should I have for it?
Have you met the Wild Pines
No,
rep?
just people like that make everyone else see the world somewhat askew, at an angle that is convenient for them. Now, you have more questions, or are we?
That's all I
The
got.
pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
I believe we have some gloves that will increase our electrochemistry. 1 second. Oop, what do we got here?
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your copo type.
Wait, there are capo types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Cool cop? Some kind of weapon cop? Sorry cop? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I'm sorry you had to monitor me. I'm pretty sure we're getting sorry
Yes,
cop right here.
Sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Okay, but what are the other capo types? Or, won't the other capo types be jealous? Or, I'm sorry, opt in. You know, actually, I'm not sorry, I changed my mind. Or, fucking, they should be sorry. What are the other capo types?
You know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop, but you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go.
Won't the others be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry.
I'm sorry.
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million.
That is, you do tend to get bonuses for these things like that. Well, we could give ourselves another thing to think about. We're already thinking about anti-object task force and communism, but I mean, I don't think we don't really need volumetric shit compressor anymore. We could forget volumetric shit compressor. We got our shit together. We don't have to keep it together, right? Maybe we should. Maybe having 4 health is not a bad thing. Rigorous self-critique. Temporary research bonus, -1 authority. Embarrassment to the party. Research time, 6 hours. You're one sorry piece of shit, a cop penitent, a flagellant cop monk. This is not the right line of work for you. You should be groveling at the feet of a feudal lord, providing lurid evidence against yourself at a Mazovian show trial, or ripping the flesh from your back with a cat-o'-nine tails. Whatever made you this way, you can be damn sure it was your own fault. Do it. Really criticize yourself. Who knows, you might uncover something of importance from your guilt-ridden past. Who knows, right? It's possible. Maybe we don't need to... Maybe we don't need... But here, let's unlock another place for this. Internalize. Rigorous self-critique. We have a lot on our mind. We're thinking a whole lot. Oh yeah, we were going to put on our gloves that make us better at knowing about drugs. Put on our drug gloves.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
It's cool that you're still open. Big city
The pawn
vibes.
shop is always open.
Are you high? And if yes, what are you high on?
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've
What are
probably
the
done
odds?
it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer.
Dang.
A guarded man like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out loud.
Alright. Well, that's fine. Whoops. That's not what I want. That's not what I meant to do. Alright. I was going to do this and take off those gloves. Put our gardening gloves back on. There we go. I know, I was robbed of that roll. I can't believe it. I had an 80-some-odd% chance. I was robbed. Ooh. Sewer grate. A gateway to the river of filth. Plastic-wrapped macaronis stamped with humanitarian aid. This says humanitarian aid tuna fish, not for resale. This says speakers from the people of Samara. This says food gift from the people of Messina. Very cool, officer. Yeah. Helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Very cool. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We'll talk to him eventually. Let's see. Anything else that we can take a look at before calling it a night? We could go try to find the Wild Pines representative. Maybe they are still awake. Lonely Cormont surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach. The belly of this boat shines like it was recently painted.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
In the dimming light, some things become clearer. But our conceptualization is very low. Hey, look, it's Akuno S.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep? Pigs come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out?
No, why would you even say that?
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all.
No one was sneaking up on you. A garden hose. It won't be of use until the snow melts.
It's been a
I bet-
week and now they show up?
A balcony with a view to the yard. And the hanging. That smoker up there could be a witness. Talk to him. I mean, I'm trying. Let's see. Come here. Alright.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice. Despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame. Why are you whispering? It sounds like you're already in trouble. No trouble from me. I just want to know what's going on here. Too late, young man. Trouble's found you, or I'll come back later. No trouble from me.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare.
Hold on. Can I at least have a cigarette?
Apologies, but this is my last one.
Takes another drag and shivers.
The god himself has denied you absolution.
And can't you just, like, toss that one down?
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
You're right. That was obviously a bad idea. Forget I said.
As you wish.
So the gendarmerie really needs to talk
Is
to
it
you.
really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
Definitely a real name. Definitely a real name. Looks like you got a good view of the whirling backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Did you?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
The lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look,
He looks around the courtyard again. Old patio chairs and dead houseplants litter the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of
It was
friend?
my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend. How intriguing. Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
Yeah, you know, just palling around with the boys. What's What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette.
Yeah, thank you, Andy.
Dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent. Someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and those eyes are watching, spying on you three.
All right, we'll talk later.
No. We won't.
Takes one last drag of his cigarette before stubbing it out on the balcony.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Convince him to stay.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains.
Hey, listen. I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet again somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes, compassion and a hint of understanding.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
His voice is soft and deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
But, hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He walks away.
He's gone.
The lieutenant puts away his notebook and turns to you. We should run after him, see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
So we just give up, or you're right, he probably didn't have anything important to say anyway. So we just give
He
up.
could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
The lieutenant nods towards a small rock on a soggy patch of grass.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Great, let's do that.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
How are we going to find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. This box is filled with cleaning chemicals, smells of laundry detergent. Flip up glasses, the auditor. Let's see. That lowers our authority, ups our logic. As opposed to this, which lowers our drama, ups our visual calculus. Like, I'm down with that. Heck yeah. Who needs authority? Authority's for losers. We don't do authority here. An old shoe rack. Boots, sneakers, and old slippers. Apartment 12. A loud rumbling snore comes from within. The snoring is scary somehow. You should leave. Oh. Moss crawls on those bathroom tiles. Actual moss. Kind of dark, isn't it? There we go. That's better. The shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. 42 cents. We're rich. Look, we're over $10. It's amazing. That's only like $5 less than we pawned our gun for. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
We can knock.
No reply.
A penny.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 8. What are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
I believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, Detective.
He's just trying to help. Don't take it bad. Relax.
Don't you think that's what I'm trying to do? These chain cutters are broken, Kim.
Perhaps you should give it another go.
Let's try again.
The shackle snaps
Thank
like
you.
a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, Detective.
Again, it is quite dark. Let's get the flashlight out. Come on, go in. Go in, Harry. Thank you. Flamboyant poster of a white star. Real lithography.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Marzov.
Kim, who is Kraz Mazov?
He's known as the father of scientific communism, also known as Masovianism. His theories about economic history greatly influenced, some would even say sparked, the anti-centennial revolution.
Father Mazov, the hero of the working class. Salute
Whoever
the statue.
lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
He leans closer to inspect the photos of the revolutionaries on the wall.
There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Why does this tenant have a bust of Kraz Mazov in their bedroom?
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Mazovian socio.
It's about time. Just in time.
0.000% of communism has been built. Evil, child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He has started to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over personally with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world.
Left-wing dialogue options give +4 experience points now. Minus to visual calculus. Just, reaction everywhere. And minus to authority, downtrodden in the communist. It's about time. Maybe authority will shut up now. Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such.
A plaster cast bust depicts
Whoever lives here,
Father
definitely
Mazov.
there aren't many communists.
If only we had done that like 5 seconds later, I think we would have gotten the bonus experience points for doing that. A shame. Hey look, a 9mm bullet. Thank you, Dylan. Let's see, that would up our conceptualism. But I think we like our insane mesh tank top, so... Alright.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side.
Knock again.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
That's the wrong kind of thing there. This time the steps come closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice. Wary and tense. That's the police.
Do I have to open the door?
You hear the clacking of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
But I
A
wanna.
poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Door number 9 is locked. Oh, there's something here. A quarter. And something here as well. Wow, $6.13. We are rich. We officially have more money than we got for our gun.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
She sneezes into a dirty handkerchief. You alright? Should I call a doctor? Or this won't take long, I only have a few questions.
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
She starts coughing and with red spots appearing on
You're
her
still
cheeks.
worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
Who are you? I'm looking for Martin Martinez. I have a few questions about the apartments. Looking for Martin
Oh,
Martinez.
you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
She smiles a gap-toothed smile when she hears you mention the name. What do you mean? I wasn't joking. Or no, you don't understand. I'm looking for a real person named Martin Martinez. He told me he's Martin Martinez.
Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martin Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Tim Jamrock or Raoul Bravershaw.
Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
I super did.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you could call it living.
She spits on the floor
I've a
before
little
wiping it
room
off.
Upstairs, right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the coal room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery.
How about a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, a smoker on the balcony? Know where he lives?
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the other end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, just want to talk to him. Do you know where he is, or he's wanted for murder? No trouble.
Talk?
The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns into a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath.
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there.
She points
He's
east.
usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
A few questions about these
Ask
apartments.
away, policeman.
Who lives in apartment
No
10?
one lives there. It's been empty for months.
But I talked to someone through the door.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
She pauses, eyeing the hallway.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Sure, I'll go see what I can find, or the police has better things to do. Yeah.
Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Who lives behind the padlocked door?
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar.
Suddenly, the old lady's face is beaming.
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrology.
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
You mean the star and antlers? I think that's a symbol of communism.
The symbol of what now?
Communism, you know, like in the World Revolution. You know, the ones who support the working class against capital. It's an ideology. It has some noble aims, but it's also been used to justify terrible bloodshed. It's for loons who have no idea how economy works. It's a symbol for contributing to the demise of our noble state in the name of some made-up world of equity. Communism, it's a political ideology. You know, the ones who support working class against capital.
Huh. I thought Revachol was the capital.
That's all,
She
thanks.
mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Thanks, I'm off.
Anti-Object Task Force. Behold, the Anti-Object Task Force has assembled, God's avenging angel, arrayed against the lower emanations of the Darkened One. Shoe racks, tape recorders, motor carriages, and doors. So many doors. You're not just pounding it all to pieces. You're reforging the universe.
Yeah.
From the anvil of the heavens to the
Yeah.
worlds below. Indulge in it. Be bold. Have an impact on the shape of creation. Out of the furnace of your rage. A new reality. Also, you should trash your room again.
Again. Attacking physical objects heals damage. +1 pain threshold, thick skin, and all physique learning caps raised by 1. How nice. The graffito says, a firing squad for the rich. Agreed. Apartment 8, the mailbox is overflowing. Well, let's see, as long as we're right here, right? Open, what's this? Boogie Street, 46. Alright, now we have a reason to go in
You
here,
hear
kid.
someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
The apartment's supposed to be empty. Did you break in there?
Excuse me? Of course not.
Scare them. Suspected of some big crime. There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official.
I don't need a warrant if I suspect there's been a break-in. Then open the door so I can verify your identity. Are you cooking morphine in there?
Oh, come on.
There's a pause before you hear the door being unlocked.
It was smart.
The lieutenant says, nodding towards the unlocked door. Yeah. Don't mind me, I'm gonna ransack the room real quick. Black monk straps. +1 to indirect modes of taxation. Yeah, no thank you. Looks like a fine mattress. Don't be ridiculous. You can hear it swarming with bugs. Blister pack of medicine peeks out from out of the box. You should take it. You're darn right I should. Looks like we got ads starting in a couple minutes.
Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
She jingles the set of keys in her hand. This is the most genuine smile I've ever seen.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
She fumbles through her purse, fishing out a light, paper-clad passport. I don't need your ID, I just need to ask you some questions.
Very well, but please make it quick. I need to be back in La Delta in an hour.
What are you doing here? I glimpsed a foreclosed apartment down the hallway. So, what are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Sounds like they knew how to have a good time, reprehensible, who lived here, or I fuck shit up too.
Ha! Sounds like you've spent too much time undercover in some rock band.
Who lived here?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
She stops, hesitating.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Isn't it a bit late to be working?
It is.
She breathes in and out to the count of 3. It looks like some special stress release technique before she continues.
Everyone says the real estate agents don't do anything. But here I am in the middle of the night cleaning up someone's crash pad. So, the sooner we get this over with, the better.
Alright. Ads ought to be starting any second now. Once they do, I'll pause and we'll take a quick break. I glimpsed a foreclosed apartment down the hallway.
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
So preppy. She's probably on some low-grade performance enhancers, like Preptide or Pericanine.
Alright, looks like ads are running. So I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
She snaps her fingers.
Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
My money's also disappeared, I think. It couldn't have been that much money. These apartments look pretty shabby. Alright, so what happened to the wall? No, my money also disappeared.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
Couldn't have been that much. These apartments look pretty shabby.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
Mm-hmm.
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts.
So what happened to the wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
She's still shaking her head, manicured hands now crossed over her chest. That's it.
Of course.
She replies with a smile, but her eyes remain glazed over. She's been wanting you to leave. She's been waiting for you to leave. Was that so hard? Jeez. Someone has torn down the wall. Waves crashing in the
A
darkness.
shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor.
Rub your sides for
A
warmth.
former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to minus 20 degrees Celsius.
Her face.
It's red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression.
The plan.
Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down.
Look around yourself.
It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool in the middle of the room.
Don't mind if I do. Oh, calm down, Kim. Kim, chill out. Kim's having a moment there. Look at him. An old grocery list on the table, and checks. That appears to be it. A note reads, "Foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates." Realty, rather.
The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the by the
streets
pier.
will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
We just want to know your name, little lady. No need to get defensive. Don't use that tone with me. I am the law. Let's start with your blood type and go from there. Or Hep. Yeah, when were you last tested? Or just answer some questions, okay? Yeah, let's start with the blood type and go from there.
Beware. A Costing a minor?
Listen to your partner, pig man. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
Despite the attitude, she puts the brush aside.
She's grown frustrated with her work and welcomes the opportunity to challenge authority in other ways. That smell coming from her paint bucket, it's not paint, it's heavy fuel oil.
Keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at? What are you doing to the wall? Do you know anything about the recent murder? Is that heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
He says, studying the contents of Cindy's bucket.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
That's some clever cultural commentary.
We ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo.
Keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
She nods disdainfully towards the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to her zone.
So what are you doing to the wall? And do you know anything about the recent murder? What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aerial graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
She studies the wall, suddenly pensive. So you don't know what to write? Why are you so committed to defacing the building? Or, I have an opinion on this. You want to hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm going to have to stop you. This is hooliganism. Actually, I don't have an opinion. I love public art.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
You know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit.
Hey, you crow.
No shortage
And
of
hey, you dump.
stealers in these parts.
Just got up. Well, no problem, hon. We need to sleep. How are you two doing?
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
She's nice. Kinda not well, but we push through, yeah. Yeah, I understand. I've been having some bad brain the last few days myself. Someone's been sleeping here recently. 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate, the rats of the city. Enough coal to last several winters, smells of chemicals. Pour l'homme, laborer jeans. Oh, let me open it. Do I need a... Need my pry bar for this? There we go. Gimme. Well, that was lucrative. We're up to like 20 bucks. You know, just the problem with everything, considering all you do is break everything anytime you try to do something. No, that's not true, Dump. We all feel that way sometimes. Just hang in there. I'm around if you want to talk, alright? Above, the tarps flap in the wind. Forgotten hammers and nails rust. The door is locked. Can't get in. Yeah. I like you, Dump. You're a good dude. I'm just having a rough time lately. We all are. Inside, the frame of a motorcycle in repair, and the tools used to disassemble it. Signal blue naval coat. +1 suggestion, -1 half-light. Could be useful. Suggestion's good. Let's see. Where are the stairs up? How do I get to the second floor? Let's see. A maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. The curtains shift just a little. Someone is watching from within. Just a door. Nothing for you to see right now. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. This is apartment number 29. Complete silence. Whoever lives here isn't home.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory.
Sounds good. Tomorrow. Yeah, 9 p.m.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Well, we tried. Voices from within, singing along to some buoyant dance track. I don't think we can get over there from here. That's probably enough of that. But hey, it looked like Joyce was there. Why don't we go talk to Joyce? The representative from Wild Pines. Rue de Saint-Ghislain. Roundabout north. Cape Side Apartments. There's something over here. Docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain. Your room in the Whirling isn't much bigger than this sloop. This is worth more than you'll ever earn in all of your life.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbor. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds out her hand over the railing. Joyce L. What's the L stand for? What exactly is the RCM? I remember hearing it from somewhere, or what gave us away? Shake her hand. Don't shake her hand. Joyce L. What's the L stand for?
My maiden name.
Her bony hand dangles from the sleeve of her oversized raincoat. What exactly is the RCM? I remember hearing that somewhere.
I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police.
What gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Makes sense. That tracks. We'll shake her
I'm
hand.
glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
How
We're very
interesting.
competent.
I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
You're on a
Why,
boat.
yes, I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Not a lot of boats on here. Not a lot of boats, are there? Does she have a name? Do you have a license for this boat? I think I have a handle on the boat thing. Not a lot of boats.
Of course there are.
She
We're on
looks
an
around.
archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Caillou? I thought we were in Revachol.
We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Still haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Of course not. Kim's such a nerd for
Neither
his
is
car.
this.
It's very
A toy,
funny.
I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Lady 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name. A breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resounding darkness. You're reminded of something. Or someone.
Cool, but your boat really needs a name. Or, okay, but what kind of boat is it? Cool, but your boat really needs a name.
How about Cor de Lady 19? Why?
She taps on the side of the boat. It makes a hollow sound.
Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cor de Lady, and its hull is 19 paces long.
How about the sleek fish? How about the X something? How about Dolores?
Why Dolores?
I don't know. It feels pretty.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. but thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, but what kind of boat is it?
It's a pleasure craft, a 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it?
It's a pleasure
Whoops,
craft.
we missed.
A 19-pacer.
How do you like it?
I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
The eel's hips.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Kim, would you chill?
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
I don't really care if she's got a license. Yeah, we might as well just to fuck with her though, right? Do you have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you, I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
Can I see your license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two insulindic regattas. Even finished ones.
What happened the other time?
The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Still need to see that license,
Actually,
ma'am.
you don't.
Pretty sure I do. I police. What do you mean?
The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. It's a little known fact among us law officials.
Wait, exactly how little known is this fact?
I was just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act.
More like the Anarchy Act, in my opinion. So we can't pull over random civilians and demand their papers? That's weak. Makes sense, I guess. I mean, look at me. Or, okay, forget the stupid Wayfarer Act. I had other questions. I mean, it makes sense. Look
No
at me.
need to resort to self-pity, detective. You can still ask for her passport.
And, yeah, I'm gonna need to see your passport.
Of course.
Reaches the behind raincoat, produces a bundle of documents in a sealed plastic bag. Look at the
The
passport.
woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Seagent.
Look at the photo page.
The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Rivershaw, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads, Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Rejoice. Your name's Rejoice?
Yes. But please don't call me that.
Why?
Joyce is much more efficient.
She doesn't
Efficient.
like it. Probably a bad memory. Mean girls at school or some ancient lover.
You're from Vesper.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
Everything appears to be in order.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Okay, I think we're good on the boat.
Good.
Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
So what do they do?
Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company
5
got
squats?
more than
I can do
40
that.
billion
Rui.
real in revenue.
We can do that. Ooh, ah. Let me get up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we are. How you doing, Rui the Goldie?
A billion?
What exactly is a
It's a
billion?
number, officer. A big one.
What's it made
It's
of?
made of 1,000 millions. 1 million is made of 1,000 thousands.
That's it? I thought Wild Pines was supposed to be big time. Numbers like that mean nothing to me. The money I owe is so much less than that. Numbers like that mean nothing to me.
Past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary.
I assumed it was you, Chester.
They are quite real for the 72,000
How you doing?
employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks.
I assumed that was you, Chester.
A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility.
Where's Wild Pine get all those
They
billions?
started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
What does such a large system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8%
Trying to type
of the
while
world's
drunk
cargo?
is so difficult? Fair enough. Considering doing a drinking stream sometime soon. I'm undecided. But we might do a drinking stream sometime. Maybe for my affiliate anniversary in a couple of months. I'm not sure. Trying to decide. 8% of all cargo in the world? That's quite the endeavor indeed. You don't keep it moving, the workers do. The company is nothing without them.
We built this district.
No, the workers
Rue
did.
de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic, even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
She points behind you at where the seawall rises.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
I'm gonna stop talking for a second to see whatever this dot is, so it'll
Of
stop
course,
blinking at
Detective.
us.
Take care.
Let's see what this is. Shadows on the water, green plants under the calm surface. Okay. We shall continue.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with at this late hour?
It's night, don't you ever sleep?
Matter of fact, I don't.
Why is that?
I have a medical condition of my own. Nothing unusual, though. I'm old, you see.
Old, huh? I think I have that one too.
Don't worry. It's curable. With questions. Ask me some. It'll help pass this night.
Can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear trade secrets?
You'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus. I will slay it. How do I repeal it then? Or wouldn't want to disturb an octopus. Better let it be.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the man means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCN both get their authority from the coalition government.
That's exactly what I meant.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What's your role in this
I
precisely?
believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, you mean Measurehead.
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
She leans back and rolls her eyes. How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
He looks at his notes.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to, how did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Okay then. Cool or not cool?
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes,
Every worker a member of the board.
every worker, a member of the board.
We remember. We've seen it. I like it. I don't know what to think about that. Over-aggressive commie posturing. Seems like they have no idea about business, or forget it, I just want to ask something about the strike. I like it.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too.
Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as every worker, a member of the board.
What exactly do they mean by it, though? What's the
It's
demand?
quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, about anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
It's pretty funny, I have to admit. The workers can't be kings. The king is king. King is dead. Long live the workers.
That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
Love it.
This checks out.
The scabs at the gate. Did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of Everett?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
That's Everard, all right. He's not that bad. Or Everard is a hero of the workers' movement. He is obviously corrupt as shit. That's Everard.
He is
all
the
right.
most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Remember hearing something about this, Edgar.
Have you seen him?
No. I'd rather you tell me something else. No.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself, outside of the Brothers Clare?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She hesitates, looking for the right expression.
The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
She turns to you.
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
an effective advocate for the rights of the local working man? A giant leech sucking the life out of Revachol. Basically a socialist mob, or I prefer to not have an opinion on these things. I mean, they're corrupt, so they're not really this. They are not an effective advocate for the rights of the working man. They are taking the advantage of the working man in a similar fashion.
Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers.
One more thing. You said something happened in the elections.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need here. Let's change the
Of
topic.
course. How else can I help?
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
She falls silent for a moment, contemplating
The
something.
information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
She returns the lieutenant's badge and turns to you.
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
It's possible. After a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life and the world. I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
What kind of arrangement?
Favors for favors. A dirty alliance of some sort.
Let's see. How do I negotiate my way out of this?
Easy. Just offer her a favor. Like I said, nice and dirty.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement
I
credentials.
will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse us for a moment, madame.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How'd you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Oh, so we're henchmen now? Or really, I thought it was going so well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
I'm sorry for putting us in this situation. I'll handle it. What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking? Or we could just, find my badge?
I'm sure you will, Detective.
So what do you propose? That we don't investigate it? Or we could just, find my badge?
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
Let's get back to her then.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Let's see. Okay, tell me about this alleged... by the way, I've talked to Everard.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
Finally, time to choose sides.
I didn't. He's a beautiful man, beautiful and just. Everard Clare is a hero of the workers' movement. He's the champion I've sworn fealty to. He's a bloated rainbow socialist. I can do a business with him. For a socialist, he's reasonable. He's not the champion I have chosen. I wish to swear fealty to you and the cause of capital. It's not important if I liked him. I was doing my job. I mean, I don't like him.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually...
She answers her own question.
Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic. Vermin-like. Corruption. Reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and nods.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt vermin myself.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Tell her she'll like you for it.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
Been a while since the horrific necktie chimed in. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. I helped him turn up the heat on the borscht. I'd rather talk about something else for now, if you don't mind. I mean, honestly, I don't think she knows. We don't need her to like us. We don't like her either.
Down the road. Don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
You know something about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos.
Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
Reality?
She pulls her hood closer around her neck. It's related to that medical episode. I have trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality. No time to explain, just give me the lowdown, or actually, now might not be a good time for a reality lowdown, maybe later.
Ah, yes, the episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
She puts down her thermal cup and looks at you.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
All of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, you're in. Begin with the first one. You'll appear worldly.
Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby.
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
And what is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more about Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed.
She closes her eyes.
There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
You mentioned a sea. What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
And what's the name of this island?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble, a smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
Okay, that's Martinez. What's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
Kind of city is Revachol?
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
What makes Revachol great?
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Okay, who built this city? When was Revachol built? Okay, who built the city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed.
When was it built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible
We built this
questions of our time
city!
will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest.
No, we built this city on disco.
By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're in an unimportant part of an important place. So we're pretty much at the center of the world, so we're on the periphery. Basically nobody's. So we're in an unimportant part of an important place.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about...
No, we built this on disco.
A sparkle of lights on the nighttime horizon, reflected in the dark sea.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacon. Coalition government in Cylindian Mission Command.
Look to the sea.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
She watches you closely as you scan the horizon.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Monsieur will be here later too, tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
You're right, Lieutenant. I'll continue later, but I want to know everything now. But won't I be lazy if I don't do it all now? We can continue later.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
So we could continue. Let's see. Think of something close to you.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
Reach for something fundamental. That's it for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
You seem rich. You seem rich. Can I have some money?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
What? Why not?
Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
What nice fabrics.
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth and all its possibilities.
Yeah, so?
Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Ashamed? No, I'm not ashamed. What is this feeling? I've never felt it before. I'm a goddamn working man. I'm not ashamed to shake this leech for some dough. As I should be, for even considering it. This is a woman, and I'm a man. Yes, I should make my own goddamn money by now. I'm a goddamn working man.
You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more demeaning it is to grovel at her feet.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Money, please.
I am sorry.
Damn it.
It just doesn't come out of your mouth. What does is...
Money.
Excuse me? I didn't hear you. Did you say money?
No, I didn't. Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
Can't believe we missed that. We had over a 50% chance. All right. It is quite late. We should, let's see. Jamais vu. Derealization. Why not? More thoughts, please. More thinking, please. I do. I could try it again. Whoops. I could try it again. That was, suggestion, right? I think it was. Let me double check.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Volition. We need to up volition. Why is our volition so bad? Do I have anything that'll up my volition in my my equipment here, I wonder? Do we have volition clothing? Is anything lowering our volition? No. It might be here. It might be picking up on my mic a little bit. Again, there's something about this game in particular that my mic seems to kind of pick up a bit on. We can try again.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Money, please.
Voila, you're doing it. Really put your
Here, is that better?
Yell it from the top of your lungs.
You seem rich. Can I have some money? Can I have some money, ma'am? Help me, I'm poor. I need money to keep living. Money!
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. The wind is a bit strong. Could you repeat that?
I need money.
How much money?
I know she will not give us 10,000 real. I need 1 billion real. Oh, we got ads. We'll do this after we come back from ads. That is better? Okay, good. Alrighty, we ought to be back from ads. Yeah, I saw that awful McDonald's one earlier. We could try asking for 10,000, but I'm pretty sure she at most will give us the 130.
Come now. Nobody carries that much cash on their person. Particularly in a place like Martinez. I'd get robbed. And even if I did, I still would not give you 10,000 real. I would rather buy something nice with it, like expensive hi-fi or a new hydrodynamic E40 sail.
Hi-fi? I like high-fidelity disco music, too.
I like high-fidelity anything, sir.
Gives you a fast
Now,
little
try
smile.
again, but lower.
Fine, give me 130.
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She reaches into her raincoat and pulls out a zip bag. In it you see paper notes arranged like black gills.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the touch. Whoa, whoa. Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown.
Can I have some more, or nay, 'twould be dishonorable, and mine honor is my life. Can I have some more?
This may seem like odd behavior for a police officer, man, but it's a perfectly common side effect of his
He squints at you.
unusual medical episode.
Yeah.
It's all right, Lieutenant. I really did bring as little cash with me as possible to avoid attention. So here you are. The last bit of filthy lucre I can share.
Give me another $1.
I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
Oh, you bribed me all right. I'm your little peon now. I'm an honorable policeman, one of the few good men in Revachol. Funny that you're worried about this and not your ruthless exploitation of the entire human race. Or I'm still getting my head around this whole money concept. You were just helping me out. Funny that you're worried about this and not your ruthless exploitation of the entire human
You're right,
race.
man, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they're properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
I think we're good for now. All right. Ooh, there's something over here. Heck yeah. I should just crash here. That room's made for me. Oops, not the balcony. I should be allowed to crash there. I mean, come on. Another splattering of bullet holes on this wall.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier.
Examine closer. These bullet holes look like the bullet holes we saw before.
You peer into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Sweat starts trickling down your brow.
This is bad mojo, man! Fucking horrible mojo! The end draws near!
Your chest feels tight
Oof.
looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there?
The lieutenant's sudden voice cuts like a blade, bringing you out of your stupor. Breathe out sharply, huh? Yeah, I'm fine. Or, man, I started feeling real bad for a second.
Might be the after effects of your past escapades. What are you looking at?
These bullet holes look like the bullet holes we saw before.
Bullet holes generally look the same, so probably. But you're right. More old bullet holes from the revolution.
Man, how many people got shot during that revolution?
Plenty.
Why, heck yeah. Just a closed door, but you look at it suspiciously. Very suspicious. Barrels are half full of rainwater. If I recall, I think this is the back way in if you don't go in through the front and do a 6-spin kick to Measurehead. This is how you would sneak in, I think. It's like in this general area. But we don't need to do that. But we should probably just get back to the whirling. It is after 1 o'clock in the morning. It's quite late.
Can I help you?
So about that money
Yes.
I owe.
Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for
Does that
tonight.
arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
It's cold out. I'll freeze to death because I'm losing the stupid money game. Come on, man. After everything I've been through. Kim's about to say something. Let him.
I
Kim?
understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and...
He stops mid-sentence.
I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
Hold on, I still have my key, you know.
Good luck trying to use it.
Taps his foot against the metal box installed in the back of the counter.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going anywhere, is
Not
it?
until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Yes?
There's something in there. I want it.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage.
Look in the suspect transport
The
enclosure.
cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are those
They are
things?
spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
What do you mean you confiscated
A
them?
couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
So you took his spinners?
I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
I get it. I'd have taken them too. They're
But
mesmerizing.
they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
It's actually the best French accent you've ever heard. I believe it's because the actor is, in fact, French. I believe they got an actual, an actual actor that lived in France for a while. So, I think. Did you want to put these spinners on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cup with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yeah, outrageously cool.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
I'm sorry that you have to sell them because of me.
As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you.
Said something about a pawn shop. We know the pawn shop. We can't take those from Kim.
All right. Let's not take them now. Then come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again, and then take them.
Should we accept these? We do technically have enough money after scamming that cash off of We can't take those from Kim. That's not right. We got that money from you know, Joyce there.
Can I help you?
It's about that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I have your money.
Well,
thank you for the follow. What was that? I just missed the name. Vessels. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Followed because philosophy mentioned, and also you love the game. Excellent, excellent. I do love philosophy. I occasionally do philosophy lectures in VR chat. We haven't done one in a little while, but I've been meaning to get back to that, do another one soon.
I'll take a room here too.
And I love this game.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
I did play it once a couple years ago, and I've been kind of sitting on it now that we are streaming. I figured, hey, why don't we take another look at it? This feels right. You belong here. On the stage. You're darn right.
Yes?
Hey, Dragoon. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Finished it a couple of times. Now you're playing it from time to time. It's so good.
This is the door to the room.
I'm doing all right, Dragoon. Can't complain. We're having a nice chill evening playing some Disco Elysium, so can't complain about that. Playing one of, if not perhaps, the greatest PC game. Yeah. Good night,
Just
Lieutenant.
a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
All right.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Where shall we begin? We should
Ooh,
talk
a
about the
treat.
investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM.
He likes the secret. Alright, one moment. Kim, you'll have to wait just a moment. There we go. Dragoon. What's striking your fancy? What treat should I try? I'm actually kind of hungry. I will appreciate a treat. What should we try? Sakura Anbo Mochi. Sakura Anbo Mochi. Let's see here. Sakura. Where is it on here? There we are. Sakura Anbo Mochi. I believe. Is that it? That's the main mints. Let's see. We will find this. Let's see. That's the Ichigo Mugi. There they are. Oh yeah, they're little... I don't know if you can tell by the picture there, but they're like these little squares of mochi. They even have like a little toothpick in there that I can use to eat the mochi. Let us see. There's like 2 dozen of them. They're very, very small. I'm doing my best to open it up. Kind of fighting me a little bit. There we go. Alrighty. I'm gonna use the toothpick here. Alright. Nice and soft. They don't smell like much. Well, that does certainly taste like an artificial cherry flavored mochi. Yeah, very chewy like a mochi. Like, it kind of sticks with you, right? Like, more than, like, a gummy candy would. Like, it definitely kind of sticks with you with the chewy rice bit there. I'll finish the rest of those later. Like a now and later? No, because it definitely does have, like, that mochi like thing going on, like, right? Like, like almost a pastiness from like the mochi. And like after you've chewed it a bit, you're kind of left with that mochi like texture. So now definitely not like a now and later, like it's not like a taffy. If you've never had mochi, yeah, it's how would you describe mochi? Like it's like a chewy, almost like a paste, right? Because it's made up from like mashed up rice, like starch. And it definitely has that like in the aftertaste, like you get that like starchiness from there. It's good though. It's good. I like it. I think I would probably say, yeah, I think so. I think it's more interesting than the number choco. The bake was pretty darn good though. Still, number one, that Warugaki beer, shockingly pretty interesting and good. I quite liked it. All right. Boop. Let us return. Actually, I think I will, as the game is doing its thing, I will continue munching on these little mochis. Let's see. Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation first and foremost, but I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM. He lights a cigarette. I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
And thank you, Dragoon. I'll try it with my tea, actually. How'd you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
He flicks the ash.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
We're trying to not fall into... is this game linear? No, there's a lot of different paths. A lot of different things you can do. Ultimately, there are only so many ways the story will play out. But how you get there is very different. Very, very different. Most interestingly, if you're unfamiliar, all of these things you're seeing, right? You're seeing like electrochemistry, volition, all of these things popping up. Those are all our stats. So, not only do the stats affect the things you can do in the game, but your stats affect the way you interact with the world and understand the world. And kind of how Harry perceives the world, right? Because the higher a particular stat, the more often it will chime in when there are, important things. So if you have a high, like before it dropped a bunch for us for a number of reasons, but back when we had higher authority, for example, authority was chiming in a lot, telling us to tell this person off. Tell them you're in charge, you're the boss here. And now that's not doing that anymore as much because we have dropped our authority so much. We have a very high empathy. So people will say something, then empathy will chime in and go they feel this way because of this. That's the really interesting thing about this game is the way you are statted out, the way Harry is, the way your Harry is, affects not only the things you do, but the very way you experience the world. Inland Empire here, as it says, hunches and gut feelings, dreams in waking life, right? A high Inland Empire, we're kind of riding the edge of, we're so in tuned with with like, you know, our gut feelings and like intuiting things, that we're riding the edge of insanity itself, right? Because we're so in our own mind, right? So yeah, all of these things are parts of you that will chime in and talk to you, and just, you know, so you will experience the world in different ways depending on how you are statted out. That's what's kind of so interesting about this game. You're constantly getting these like little invisible die rolls here, right? We're gonna try to not fall back into our using too many drugs.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can, but we have some leads we can follow up on. Then you shot him in the chest, which wasn't ideal, but we did manage to get him down from the tree. So as they say, all's well that ends well.
I just wanted to make sure he was really dead. I admit I'm a little out of practice, and I still can't believe I missed that shot.
Being sober tends to help with precision. Anyway, we performed a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. Moreover, you found that the hanged man wasn't just hanged, he was also shot. That was some excellent detective work. And you managed to locate and pull out the bullet, so we can get ballistics, make up the gun. All this is invaluable.
Yeah, I'm a professional. No big deal. Or it was the least I could do, given all of my past mistakes.
The rest is up to the boys in processing. Maybe they will surprise us by doing their job for once, but I wouldn't count on it. There's still work to be done at the crime scene, however. We mustn't forget that. Now, for the interviews.
Takes a deep drag and looks at the city. That's my forte. Unlike most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work. The initial interviews, yes, well, we talked to some people. I wish we didn't have to do any of the interviews. People are treacherous.
Very important indeed. Well, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
I'm sure I can get him to tell us more. He's a tough cookie, that one. I'm a little intimidated by him, honestly. He has stuff on me. Proven
Claire
guest.
also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
Big relief. It's a very serviceable name, too. I don't know how I feel about my name, actually. I want a different name. One I haven't ruined yet.
You can look into the process of changing your name after we finish this investigation. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
Yeah, it's part of the Jamrock Shuffle. I don't like to waste time, you know. My mind moves fast and the rest has to keep up. I'm trained for long-distance run. I want to raise money for charity. I'm training for. Yeah, that's how we roll in Precinct 41, or I don't know why I do things, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
He nods thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his cigarette.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. So what are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
1,000, why not more? Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
1,000. Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Ravachol.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Wait, how can you be sure the arrestee will show up? Or I see, and if someone resists?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
I see, and if someone resists?
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty, have you ever killed anyone, Kim? Have I killed anyone? What happens to people we convict? And who makes all these rules? The coalition government? Have I killed anyone?
That's an improbability. Perhaps even impossibility.
Of course you've killed people. It's somewhere down there, melting in all the drink.
I must have. I feel it in me. I probably have. I don't know if I ever want to know.
Precinct 41 is known for a higher than average rate of police violence.
Happens to the people we convict.
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. Wait, so if we kill someone while on duty...
supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
He says it matter-of-factly and moves on.
Who makes all these rules? The coalition government?
Yes, the international community's mission in Ravachol, and the moral intern, more broadly. The RCN was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol or the coalition government founded the RCN.
Let's say it was the citizens of Ravachol. Let's say it was the coalition government. Let's say it was the citizens.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
The moral intern? What's that?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
And if I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
What's their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something ominous. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the moral intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad. But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
Things are bad out there, points to the city. We need them here, giving us the right to police Revachol. They've done an awful job here. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism. We're stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting bourgeois rights. Mutter silently, immigrants, liberal, kips, fucking... Men are turning into women. Or on second thought, I don't have an opinion, forget about it. We're the stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting their rights.
We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes.
Actually, vigilantes are okay with me. Yeah, vigilantes sounds bad. Maybe we should make our own law. Maybe we should make our own law.
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
He looks at the roundabout.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over.
Say nothing, just look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Bartholomew Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. The kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Now, I was shocked to find out on my first playthrough that I got an achievement for doing this. And that this is an extremely rare thing, is like knocking on Kim's door. Huh, I'm actually not getting it tonight. Interesting. Might need to be on a different night, but you can kind of knock and kind of ask, you know, just be like, hey Kim, you all right for the night and everything, and apparently like almost nobody thought to like just do that. It's funny to me. Might as well collect these bottles while we're up. Hey, Pip. Let me get you a little shout out there. How you doing, Pip? How was Walking Dead?
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you.
Hey, Retro Coda. Welcome, welcome. Walking Dead was amazing, loved it, can't wait to play tomorrow. Nice, yeah. It's pretty cool from what I've, I remember seeing some of it a while back. It seems quite cool. Thank you for the follow, Retro Coda. Welcome, welcome. For those of you that might not be aware, I'm Beige Samurai. I stream a lot of indie games and retro games, as well as dance games in VR and hanging out in VR chat. And sometimes do lectures in VR chat on philosophy, psychology, media analysis, and that kind of stuff. So, or as Pip likes to say, I'm an old man who plays old man games that young people don't play but like to watch. Run yourself a bath, or I want to live forever with the corpse smell, memento mori, and stuff.
The bathtub slowly
You were mid-typing that.
The water beckons.
I like to think Pip says it out of respect.
The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up.
What am I going to do about it? Nothing? Oh, I know some people I could tell, Pip, who would deduct points. I know a couple of people that keep track of your brat points, Pip.
You feel nice and lonely, and so tired.
Leave the beer cans in.
The cans continue to bob, as do your thoughts, aimlessly splashing up against the sides of the tub.
Oh, I would dare. You know I would dare.
They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations. None of them acute enough to focus on.
Linger in the tub a little.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools.
Do it. Prove you wrong. Oh, I will.
What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium. Time to get moving.
Imagine
you
something.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Not sure why we bothered.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Well, let's see. We can... What was it? The chain cutters? It's, we can... Oh, come on. Put them... Come on. There we go.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
We can try.
The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Well, we tried.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. Dark phantoms with many tiny eyes, chaotically arranged and not looking at you.
Let's call it a night.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat and grease.
I mean, that would be mostly from us. Check the blanket.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Roll over to the side.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him?
Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
No more thoughts. Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is this?
What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering before you tell me who you are.
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
You said who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I don't want to come back.
They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case. My mind is tired and broken. Help me. My mind is tired.
Your mind is what now? I can't hear you. The rest is just a word dream. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet grinding in your head.
Stinky boy. Is that what your limbic system sounds like? That's what mine sounds like. Stinky boy.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type?
Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Somehow that still healed us and our morale. Even though sleep shouldn't be that bad.
Going, buddy.
Oh my god, what the hell was that? I just had the most beautiful dream. Uplifting. Rejuvenating. Is that how I'm going to be now when I close my eyes? Just like, I know, right? I wake up and I just go, time to put your clothes on, samurai. Time to go to work in the shit factory. Is that how it's going to be now when I close my eyes?
Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What chick?
You don't know. You don't know. Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does.
The hell's going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Wait, what is speed? I need to get more of it then? Detecting is my life. Opt in. Or no, I can't take this. I'm not going to go looking for speed. Wait, what is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
No, I can take this. I'm gonna go looking for speed.
Are you sure?
I'm not gonna go looking for speed.
Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half of the town won't be dead.
Suit yourself. Slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
We can do this. We can do this. We're going to sober ourselves up at least. We can make it. We can do this. They're working a shitty factory, so this works even harder on you. I mean, it works anyway as like a metaphor, right? We're all going to work in the shit factory. Alright. But ads ought to be starting up any moment now. Once they do, I'll take a pause, and we'll as commercials run, and we'll be back. Kim has something to ask us.
Morning.
He gives you a quick nod.
I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing in my MC wouldn't let me sleep.
I don't know if I was ready to let him go.
Well, he's in processing now. We have other matters to attend to.
He kind of wishes you'd acknowledged his contribution, but you've missed your opportunity now.
Ah. Alright, we got commercials running, so I will be right back. Alright, commercials should be over. We should be back.
The Union muscle finally turned up, and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them.
Why do we need to talk to them?
Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The belt used for hanging him, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
What do you mean rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Are these the men Gart told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Why are there are so many of them? Maybe we should call in reinforcements.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger. Just calmly factoring it in. Your fists clench and your pulse rises uncomfortably.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business. They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
I mean, we do, but not yet.
Then why are you wasting my time and yours?
Jeez, chill.
Just a moment.
The old woman, the old woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
Cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
She turns back to
I'm
you.
glad to see you again, dear.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Howdy, Lena. What's kicking? Good day, ma'am. Everything all right? Sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Tell me how I might make it up to you. Howdy, Lena. What's kicking?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
A faint smile tells you she appreciates the effort, but at the moment her mind is on more serious matters.
The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Wait, what's wrong with the phone line, or why'd you need to use the phone anyway?
The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Why'd you need the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
She looks down. Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before, or this sounds more like a side thing? I need to take care of my main thing, then I'll get back to this. Okay, I'll bite.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
You have more important things to worry about.
So it's this expedition your husband
Just
was
some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps.
He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Wait, who's this Gary person? Do you trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
The water lock to the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck over there.
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
Probably just some technical problem, or I really don't know.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
Of course.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here, when or if I get there. Accept the task. Of course.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So your husband is some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
The lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Maybe you can convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids. Huh? Cool cryptids?
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you've studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Cryptid extravaganza, I like the sound of
And
that.
I don't. Just one.
Or he'll be disappointed in you.
What's the biggest cryptid? The tiniest cryptid? The most dangerous cryptid? Are there any invisible cryptids? Or this has been educational, but let's talk about something else. Tell me about the biggest cryptid.
Would be the giant of Kokonur.
She says as if it's common
The
knowledge.
giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
What do you mean by strange light?
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
She does not elaborate the nature of this luminance further. Just how big is it?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
Is it dangerous?
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Who here? No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
What's the tiniest
Hey,
cryptid?
You promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
But Kim, don't you want to hear about another cryptid too?
The lieutenant pauses, thoughtfully. Something in him breaks.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Hell yeah.
Well, the smallest cryptid is the Cryobacter catlensis, a unicellular bacterium. It was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Katla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago.
What's so special about it?
The bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history. Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life.
Wait, she injected herself with it?
Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea.
It's actually a little hard to see. But do go on.
You mean there's an immortal geologist wandering the world?
Yes, and she's quite mad too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream.
What's the most dangerous
The
cryptid?
gnome of Jeroma.
She pauses for effect. Gnome of Jeroma? That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
What's it look like?
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and an ungainly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of this very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
She says, mostly to herself. Are there any invisible
What an
cryptids?
interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
You're right, Kim. It's childish, but I need to know. Shush, Kim. She's going to tell us about the invisible cryptid. What is it?
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
What does it, sound like?
Like nothing, it's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other animals. It could be ringing right outside your window, and you wouldn't even know it. Could be anywhere. Everywhere, even.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
Could it be here, right now?
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
Maybe it's predatory.
What if it's predatory?
It's not. Don't worry. If it were predatory, we would have found it by the damage it inflicts.
I wouldn't be so sure. What if the damage is also invisible?
What evidence is there of this animal being a sound?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of areopagi ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
Songbirds.
The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls.
She transforms, when speaking about these strange animals, into a confident woman.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Wow.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them.
Name them.
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually.
Why is the Mamadaqua so afraid of us?
That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
Extinction?
They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaqwas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good at the explaining things thing.
They cancel each other out. They amplify each other, or I don't know. They cancel each other out.
And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Col de Mamadaqua population anywhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though, ma'am.
I'm glad you did, dear.
Interesting. What about...
What?
Well, this has been educational, but we should...
Of course, dear.
Just tell me about Morel. Looks, character, your relationship.
I'm not sure where to begin.
What's your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How'd the two of you meet?
By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She smiles wistfully.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I think we all have all the information we need. Let's move
I
on.
hope I've been useful.
Tell me more about this rare insect your husband is looking for.
Sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Oh, yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us officers.
She looks you in the eye and nods thoughtfully.
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the creature's name.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think it's around here? Is it dangerous? Is it valuable? Does it have cool powers? Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
What makes you think the phasmid's around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Okay, so what's so special about this stick bug then?
Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
The woman's face flushes with embarrassment.
Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
I'd really like to hear more about the cryptids.
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Of course, officers.
We have heard all
Is
of the
there a
cryptids.
particular cryptid you two are interested? Of course, dear.
All right. Good talk. Good talk. Normal of spices, alcohol, and tomato hangs in the air. Tomatoes are so thinly sliced you can see through them.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
You're not a gardener. Enough, let's talk seriously. I mean no trouble. I'm here to do my job, that's all. You're right, Lieutenant. She did seem friendlier sitting on that corner. You're not a gardener.
That's right. I'm not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
Feels like she's waiting for a reaction of some sort. Enough, let's talk seriously. I mean no trouble. I'm here to do my job, that's all. You're right, Lieutenant. Alright. You're right, Lieutenant. She did seem friendlier.
Not a muscle moves in her face, but her eyes trace yours, stern and perceptive.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him.
She points to the man standing in the middle of the room.
That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
So what's your role in all this? What if I want to talk to you and not Titus? What are you going to do to me? Why are you so aggressive? Or I should talk to Titus then. What's your role in all
Like
this?
I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
And what if I want to talk to you?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
What are you going to do to me? Lieutenant's not satisfied with that approach.
What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Do you have hearing problems? Yeah, I do, exactly. Leave me alone, all right? I do, in fact, have some...
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But
Oh, another
we
treat.
digress.
Don't mind if I do. Let's see here. Yoink. Oh, come on, screen capture. Oh, there we go. There we are. Okay, Dragoon. What would you like me to try this time? Twisted corn. The twisted corn. Let's see what it says on here about the twisted corn. Let's see, where is it? Crunchy chicken curry flavored snack. Chicken curry flavored. All right. This should be interesting. I have so many of these things. Alright, I think it's this one. I think. I don't know. Actually, that doesn't look like it. Is that you? Nope, that's not it. Okay, I think it's this one. Pretty sure we found it. It has a slightly different package, but I think... Nope, that's the Baby Star Ramen. Huh. How strange. Okay, process of elimination, I guess it has to be this one? We shall see. Alright, let's see. Well, they don't exactly taste like chicken curry. Oh, you know what? That is not the right one. I can't seem to find the chicken curry one. The twisted corn. This is the Sankaku cracker, it looks like. That's okay. But this one I like a lot. The one I accidentally picked instead. Yeah, Sankaku cracker, triangle-shaped cracker vegetable flavor. Is what I accidentally picked instead. Yeah, I'll try to find that twisted one and as well, but yeah. So yeah, we accidentally picked this one. It's quite good actually. I like this one a lot. I would definitely like just go to town on these things. I would get like a big box of these and just eat them by the handful. These are good. These ones that I'm eating now, no. They're like, they're kind of like a slightly kind of buttery kind of cracker. Not quite as like crumbly as like a Ritz, for example, but quite good. They're a little buttery. They definitely taste like dehydrated vegetables. And like onion powder and all that kind of stuff. Those are good. Yeah. I will look through this in the future and try to find that one. But yeah, they changed some of the packaging on these since they made the little guide. So. I will owe you a the chicken one at some point. The chicken curry. Yep, I'll owe you one of those. Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
She's not wrong.
Fuck yeah.
The tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of his beer.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
The world needs a financial buffer zone. No need to get emotional. The privatization is not unlawful. It's cool and funny. Maybe you're just not historic individuals. I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. The RCM is principled and strong, unlike you socialists. I liked that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Armed uprising. What are the union's plans?
Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
Weird. I should talk to Titus then. It's a bowl. There's a split in it, reeking of tobacco. There's spit in it, rather. Photos of men in overalls, toting guns and Union placards. Goddamn blind staffs waltzing in here. No way I'm gonna... Nope. There's a lot of people talking at once. I'm gonna take this 50 cents and they can't stop me. You see hawthorn bushes outside.
This is where you say your bit.
Ah. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, thank you. Broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
Detective.
The lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you. Maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Cross your
What,
arms.
is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
The little guy looks at his mates in disbelief.
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
The lieutenant turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. We need to talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
Scan the room.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
The boys are too eager to please him to keep their mouths shut. You're gonna get a good head count here. Just wait.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy!
Shouts the scrawny, rat-faced man, 2 teeth missing in the front.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Says the 40-something man from the corner with a plectrum hanging around his neck.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
You notice gang tattoos. The man must be either Mesk or Saramirizian.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the cop around.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture.
Picture of what?
Of the actors here. You could take another look at the tracks in the mud on the crime scene. Compare it to these guys.
The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny, but my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there a container belt around the dead man's neck?
Container belt? Like we use in the harbor?
Yeah, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we worked. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the pulling motion again, savoring it.
We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
Ah, so you confess to murder?
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
You murdered him just like that, no remorse. Who called the shots that night? When did the hanging incident occur? Why'd you kill him? How did you kill him? How does the bullet in his head factor into this? And why don't I arrest you? You murdered him just like that?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them? Or send them to Reunion to rot? For 20 years? For life?
He says it as if it were worse than dying. Yes, but those were bad people, criminals, the scum of the earth. Look, I'm just doing my job is all. What we do is different. We enforce the law, you just kill people like it's nothing. Honestly, I drink so much I can't remember anyone I've sent behind bars.
Doesn't remember them. He just forgets. Are you hearing this, Titus?
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure.
He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. Called the shots that night.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A shadow of a smirk passes her lips as she tilts her head. Address Elizabeth. I don't have to. One of them was more complicit than the others, or no, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
You do. You give the commands.
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boys. Ain't that so, fellas?
He looks around for approval.
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
No. You did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms. The others can't read. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier, the representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it over.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
Thank you, Dragoon. I shall.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
How does the bullet in his head factor into this? A sip of beer makes the surprise go down easier.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
He's tight-lipped suddenly.
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already? Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination.
This was a good move. Also, notice how Titus doesn't like her much, especially when she's calling the shots.
So why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line in my town.
So he's a mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out of line.
He repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vice.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hired merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Hold on, how do you even know he was in Special Forces?
Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm RNA's goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all."
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNA's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Pointing at the stage. Right, what did he actually do wrong?
He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Wipes the spittle from his mouth.
There's slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
The lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Shakes his head in disbelief. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted, you said?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
Feeling better now, Crow? I'm glad. Alright, who did he assault then? This is a serious allegation.
You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
Well, fresh, soft green grass between your toes. Aw,
Despite
nice.
the stonewalling, you can slip one more question in.
I'm gonna ask for one last time. Who did the dead man assault?
Titus, do not answer. You have been forthcoming enough.
Fuck off, Carl. She's gone through enough without you harassing her too. She doesn't need more embarrassment.
What are you talking about? Embarrassment? If someone has been sexually assaulted, we need to...
What you need is to get the fuck out of my face. I've had enough of explaining myself to you fucks. He's dead. It's done.
As you can see, these men can only take so much baseless scrutiny. I'm doing my best to keep the situation civil, but...
What follows is a slow headshake.
It won't be for long, she means. It's true. She was the only thing holding him back.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, Capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clapped him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
We could try calling him on this. But we should probably get ready to call it. We're almost at 7 o'clock here. Well, let's see if we can catch him on it, huh?
Titus
We
is
sure
firm as a
did.
rock, and so are a few others. But
Who's cracking under the pressure? This one. He's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They've smartly kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain.
a single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
Well, let's try to wrap this up real quick before we call it a night here. Hey, you. Turn to the big guy. You having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up startled, his forehead shiny from the sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy bursts out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
Mr. Tats, did you... Let's see. I have other questions about the lynching. Let's see. Now let's go back to that.
The autopsy showed...
Yeah,
that's right, lawman.
Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the victim out?
my fucking elbow, Copper. Samaran boxing style.
Where did all this take place?
Right fucking here. Eugene already told you that the fuck had started coming to our bar.
Yeah, man. Weren't you listening?
Something you're not telling me.
And fuck you too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuinely trying to look out for Angus. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Right. Other questions about the lynching.
Like what, Copper?
So why don't I just arrest you?
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Not in the arresting mood?
His mean little eyes come alive with hatred.
A fearful readiness, like an electrical charge, raises hairs in the room. By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer. Easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us. The lieutenant tries to establish eye contact with you.
Easy now. Let's just talk.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one. and get the fuck out of our booth. We're not gonna do this again.
So what are we gonna do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
The lieutenant closes his notebook.
Done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to third-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get it beaten.
Reticle. So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals. Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
Gonna take off for now. Alright. Good talk. So we'll save the game. And we're a little over 4 hours, so we'll call it there. But yeah. I hope everybody's been enjoying Disco Elysium. I certainly have been. Yeah. But we'll call it for the night. I will be back Sunday. We might do more disco. We might do something else. We'll see. You're very welcome, Andy. Yeah. We shall see. We'll figure out what we're gonna do on Sunday. Yeah, might be more disco. I am thinking about starting RZ as well soon. We might do that. Might do, yeah, well, we'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll be back Sunday. So it'll be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off like usual. Wednesday will be on the other sites. If you know, you know. Let's see. Let me put my stuff in here. And one more time, in case anybody doesn't know. I'm Beige Samurai. I stream a lot of indie games and retro games, as well as dance games in VR and hanging out in VR chat. I occasionally do lectures in VR chat as well on philosophy, psychology, media analysis, that kind of stuff. Also on Wednesdays, I do on a different site. I do spicier content. I can't direct you there because of that content, but if you know, you know. Yeah. So let's get ready to raid out here. So again, thanks everybody for spending the evening with me. Had a lovely time. McCrow, Andy, Dragoon, Match, Dump if you're still there. Pip, thank you for the raid earlier if you're still there. Yeah. Alright, I'll send you on over to Zyre now. Still here somehow? I'm glad you are, Dump. But, alright, I will send you all over on to Zyre now. So, alright, have a great one all. I'll see you soon.